our stream setup. We're going to make this an only me stream, so only I can see it because I'm just testing it. Then I'm gonna go to settings and stream. I'm gonna copy out my stream key over here. Now I'm gonna go into OBS, go into settings and then stream. We'll select Facebook right up here. We'll paste our stream key in here. And I'm just gonna go to my output and make sure all my settings are correct for that and click OK. Then I'm going to start streaming. We'll go back into Facebook. We'll click this little go live radio. We have to put our information about our stream in here. So we'll just call this test and click save. And then all we have to do is click go live down here in the bottom left-hand corner. Now we have to go and look at our Facebook stream as a viewer. So we're gonna get out of the studio and we're just gonna go over to the regular Facebook page. And now we're watching it as a viewer. So now all we have to do is go up and click our extension and enable the extension. And once you do that, this turns green. So now we'll just type some YouTube chat and there we go. We can see it showing up over here. If we click on it in our chat doc, you can see that it shows up right on the screen using our browser add-in. It looks fantastic. I'm just gonna hold down the Alt key and shrink this up a little bit, move it down here to the bottom. And Tech Examine is helping me out on Twitch. So there we go. We can look at his Twitch comment. The only thing I noticed that's a little strange here is when you add chat on Twitch, for some reason it has this HTTPS after the user's name. That's really the only glitch that I saw on here. It's a little strange and slightly annoying, but it doesn't happen on the chat overlays or anything like that, just on the chat browser source. So when you select the chat, it turns green, and then you can remove it by clicking the clear current overlay up here at the top. Now I can go into Facebook, I can type in some chat in here, and you can see it shows up over in our chat box on the right, and I can add it to the screen. All the chats over there on the right have their designated platforms. So if you're multi-streaming, it has Facebook and Twitch and YouTube, which is absolutely fantastic. So now what I want to do is I want to show you how you can add this chat directly to your live stream. If you wanted it as a chat overlay, I'm going to go ahead and click on this dockable one. It's going to open up a new window. And if I type some chat on YouTube, you can see it shows up in my dockable window. If I put it on Twitch, you can see more chat shows up. And of course, Facebook shows up as well. So what I'm going to do is go over into our OBS. Under sources, I'm gonna go ahead and add a window capture. I'm gonna call this window capture chat. Then I'm just gonna drop this down and select the proper window capture and click OK. I'm gonna use the Alt key to crop everything up so it looks the way I want. Then I'm gonna drag it over here to this edge here. And I'm gonna right click on this and I'm gonna go to blend mode and I'm gonna screen it. And that's gonna remove all of the black. So now you can see it's really pretty transparent. It looks really nice. It's gonna be a great chat overlay that looks good and isn't too overwhelming on your full scene. Now I don't like how this is laid out because it's gonna have all the chat on one long string and I want it to wrap. So I'm gonna go back into that window and I'm gonna undock that window and create a brand new Chrome window. And then I'm just gonna make this the exact size that I want it to be. And then I have to go back in here, right click on it, go to transform, and I'm gonna reset the transform in OBS. Then I'm gonna right click on it and go to properties. And we're gonna select the proper window. There we go. And now I just need to recrop it so this top is missing. And I can put it wherever I want. And now we can see when someone else chats in there, it's going to wrap the text and look exactly the way we'd want it to look. Just absolutely fantastic. So this makes it really easy to add a chat doc so you can see chats from all of the different streams that you're doing. Add that chat directly to your window, and you can even add selections of the chat to your window. Now up here at the top of our chat doc, we have a bunch of things. We can pause the chat. We can select auto, which will auto feature chat as it comes in and post it to the screen. To the right, we can turn this on and it will do chat to speech, where it'll take your chat and speak it through your microphone or your listening device. Over here we can highlight so it hides emote only chat messages. And right here we can have it so it only shows any kind of cheers or donations or anything like that. And then to the right of that, we can actually type a message in and hit enter and it will chat that message to any platform that we're streaming to. If we go over here into our extension, we can see there are all kinds of options that we can use. You can type in here any of the chat bots that you're using and it will exclude that chat from your stream, which is a really nice feature. You can set it up in all kinds of different ways. It gives you so many options. And all the way down here at the bottom, you can actually click this and it will tell a joke in the chat, which is quite funny as well. There are so many different options to explore in so many ways that you can modify this. It's an absolutely incredible chat tool that anyone can use totally free. There are so many platforms that you can add. It would take too much time to show all of them, but you can check the text file on the install page to see how other platforms are connected. And if you want to see how to add your audio separately in OBS so that you're able to adjust the volumes separately and individually, you should check this video out. Big thanks to the channel sponsors. There are links below so you can check them out. I couldn't possibly do this without them or you, so thanks. And if you're always looking for tools, tips, and tricks to help make you a better live streamer or YouTuber, subscribe to the channel. My name is Michael Fire Jr. Thank you so much for watching. Have a great day, and I'll see you in the next one.
Wish you could get the feeling of a relaxing foot massage just by walking around? Now you can with new Skechers Massage Fit footwear. The unique Wave technology is designed to gently massage your foot with every step and are machine washable. Keep your feet happy all day long with new Skechers Massage Fit.
This impacted you and your family?
Well, as others in the videos have mentioned, we received, my secretaries would say, in excess of 20,000 emails and tens of thousands of voicemails and texts, which saturated our offices and we were unable to work, or at least communicate. But at home, up till even recently, it is the new pattern or a pattern in our lives to worry what will happen on Saturdays, because we have various groups come by and they have had video panel trucks with videos of me proclaiming me to be a pedophile and a pervert and a corrupt and politician, and blaring loudspeakers in my neighborhood and leaving literature both on my property, but arguing and threatening with neighbors and with myself. And I don't know if I should name groups, but there was one gentleman that had the 3 bars on his chest, and he had a pistol and was threatening my neighbor, not with the pistol, but just vocally. When I saw the gun, I knew I had to get close. And at the same time, on some of these, we had a daughter who was gravely ill, who was upset by what was happening outside. And my wife, that was a valiant person, very, very strong, quiet, very strong woman. So it was disturbing. It was disturbing.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for your service to the state of Arizona and to the country. Mr. Chairman, at this point, I think it'd be appropriate to take a short recess. Accordingly, I reserve the balance of my time.
The chair requests that those in the hearing room remain seated until the Capitol Police have escorted members and witnesses from the room. We'll have 5 minutes, 5-minute recess.
A 5-minute recess here, shorter than normal, but given the emotional testimony we just listened to, they felt it only appropriate to break here. The country listening to Arizona House Speaker Rusty Bowers, who was a longtime supporter of former President Trump, campaigned for him in 2020, testified today that he did want him to continue as president in a second term, but then talked about the continued pressure placed on him in the state of Arizona to put forth fake electors to overturn the results of the election in that state. Rusty Bowers, the House Speaker there, actually reacting to President Trump, the former president, in real time. The former president saying before today's testimony that it was the House Speaker in Arizona who said the election was rigged. He testified today, "I did have a conversation with the president. That certainly isn't it. Anyone, anywhere, anytime I said that the election was rigged, that would not be true." He went on to explain in great detail what was asked of him over the course of several weeks. This whole effort to create a fake slate of electors, to move forward with that and deal with it later, let the courts deal with it. He said, "I said, look, what you are asking me to do is something that is counter to my oath, that I swore to the Constitution to uphold it. I also swore to the Constitution that the laws of the state of Arizona, this is totally foreign as an idea or a theory to me, and I would never do anything of such magnitude without deep consultation with qualified attorneys." He later went on to say that these fake electors would not happen in my state. He was unaware that fake electors actually did meet in Arizona, in Phoenix. We also heard from the testimony there from the committee, members, investigators on the committee, that they interviewed campaign staffers and fake electors from several states. And some of the testimony from them was rather eye-opening as well, testifying in their interviews that we were useful idiots, were their words, saying had we known now what has played out and the fact that it was not legal, we would not have taken part. I want to bring in our chief Washington correspondent, Jonathan Karl, because, John, at several moments here, the Speaker of the House became so emotional, he had to pause himself to contain any kind of emotion before the country as he was testifying today. But he said this was his deep faith to uphold the Constitution. This is someone who was vocal, who was a supporter of the former president, who wanted him reelected. but said Joe Biden won in Arizona.
David, imagine the pressure on this man. Imagine the pressure on this man taking phone calls, multiple phone calls from the President of the United States, who he had supported, from Donald Trump, hearing repeatedly from Trump's attorneys, Rudy Giuliani, Jenna Ellis, pressuring him, demanding of him that he do something that he firmly believed was both against the U.S. Constitution and against the laws of Arizona, something that would have amounted to undoing the election in Arizona, throwing out millions of votes of Arizona citizens. This is what was demanded of him, and when he didn't go through, I mean, hearing his words at the end of that part of the hearing, talking about being labeled a pedophile, a pervert, a corrupt politician, with vehicles going into his neighborhood and blaring this stuff from loudspeakers. His wife and his daughter inside, his daughter who was suffering from cancer. The pressure on this man to do something that was obviously and clearly illegal, and the strength he had to stand up and to say no. And frankly, the strength he had, he's still the Speaker of the Arizona House. He's the Republican Speaker of the Arizona House. To come here before this committee that has been attacked by Donald Trump, that has been attacked by Republican leaders, and to tell his story so clearly and so forcefully and so honestly. Really incredible.
John, in fact, what he said was, you're asking me to do something that has never been done in the history of the United States, in putting forth a separate slate of these so-called fake electors, to send those electors to Washington to overturn the election and take it from Joe Biden, give it to Donald Trump. And John, I thought perhaps this testimony was among the most powerful from the committee so far, because it came from this House Speaker who had been such an ardent supporter of the former presidents.
And remember, what this is all about at its core was the claim that the election had been stolen, which is a claim that is still being pushed by Donald Trump and many of his supporters. And to hear Rusty Bowers, the Republican Speaker of the Arizona House, saying that not once, never did anybody provide him with any evidence.
So we were in the middle of the relaunch, and when I came up with Storyblock,
The president's lie was and is a dangerous cancer on the body politic. If you can convince Americans that they cannot trust their own elections, that...
With us here, I want to bring in Governor Chris Christie, because John brings up a good point. Christie, of course, an ABC News contributor. Chris, you heard the testimony there from the House Speaker in Arizona talking about what John just said, this conversation, multiple conversations, but one in particular with former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani, who talked about the thousands of votes from undocumented people in this country, thousands of dead people. He said, show me the evidence, and repeatedly the committee pressing him today, did you ever have any evidence? He said, they never gave me a single piece of evidence to back up any of these claims.
Well, David, listening to this morning, I was struck by four things. First, that it's clear now that any person, no matter what your background, no matter what you've done for former President Trump, if you disagree with the demonstrably provable fact that the election was not rigged or stolen, then you are now a rhino. And you look at the speaker in Arizona, he is the furthest thing from a rhino I've seen in a very long time. That's the first thing. Second, back in December of 2020, David, I called Donald Trump's legal team a national embarrassment. And I think today there's more evidence that proves that I was exactly right on that assessment. When you sit there across from someone asking them to do what they were asking the speaker to do, overturn the election in Arizona, and twice assure him that you were going to give him evidence, give him names, and then not do it, it just shows that this was a ship of fools who was going around the country trying to con people into doing something that shouldn't be done. Third, I think you see the power of these state legislators, especially Speaker Bowers, by standing up for what he believed in his oath and his Constitution. And I think that says great things about our democracy across this country. And fourth, I would just give this opinion, that I think this was the most powerful testimony yet in the hearings, because this is someone who came across as measured, intelligent, experienced, and quite frankly despondent over the position that he's been placed in by Donald Trump and Donald Trump's team. This is somebody who wanted to be a good and loyal Republican, supported the president, voted for him, did all he could for him, but would refuse to do something illegal. This is incredibly powerful testimony this morning, and one that I hope lots of people across the country see and absorb.
That's the question, Governor Christie, because you're well aware there are Republicans in this country right now running campaigns right now based on what they said was a faulty election. In fact, there are Republican candidates in Texas saying that President Biden is not the legitimate president, that he's the acting president.
Well, look, David, this goes all the way back to 2000 with George W. Bush, when you had supporters of Al Gore who, even after Vice President Gore conceded the election and certified it himself as the president of the Senate, refused to accept George W. Bush as legitimate. You've had Hillary Clinton say that she still doesn't accept the 2016 election results as legitimate. This is a very dangerous thing in this country, which was brought to a new level in 2020
but
by
I
Donald
have
Trump
to interrupt
and
right
his
there,
campaign.
because you also know, Governor, Al Gore stood before the nation and actually conceded and did something very different from what we've witnessed.
David.
Yeah, this is much
David,
different.
I didn't say Al Gore. David, let's be clear. Let's remember what I said. Even after Al Gore conceded the election and went before the country in the Congress and certified the election as president of the Senate, there were still many of his supporters around the country who did not believe that George W. Bush was legitimate, and in fact voted against certification in the House of Representatives. What I'm saying is this is a disturbing trend and pattern that's been increasing in intensity from 2000 to 2016 to now to 2020.
I get what you're saying. I just don't want our audience to think that I'm not aware that there isn't a real equivalency here when you have a former president who is sowing the seeds of doubt in this particular election that we're looking at. I want to bring in Heidi Heitkamp. I do want to bring in former senator from North Dakota, ABC News contributor as well. And you were watching this testimony as well, Heidi, along with us. And this Speaker of the House in Arizona, who we have pointed out was one of the most staunch supporters of the former president, then forced to stand up to him. He talked about his personal diary that he kept, a journal that he kept during this time, the friends he lost, the people that the lawmakers they had worked with along the way, the enormous personal toll, and yet he believes his faith carried him through this.
I thought Donald Trump finally ran into a power that's higher than himself, and that's the power of faith, the power of commitment to our Constitution. And nobody's testimony has embodied it more than the Speaker of the House of the state of Arizona. And I think this was powerful, compelling testimony. And I think a lot of election officials who may be thinking right now, vocal people who do this every 2 years, every 4 years, who we rely on for that peaceful transition of power, they look at him and he's going to be their hero. He's going to be their inspiration on how to do things the right way. But the power of faith, you saw it in the first hearing with the prayers that Vice President Pence and his staff had. Now the power of this person saying, I believe the Constitution was divinely inspired. It's not just putting my hand up and saying I believe in the rule of law. I believe that would be unfaithful to my Lord if I went against my faith and did something I thought that was wrong. And I think this is a powerful reminder about inspiration, and it's a powerful reminder about the importance of people drawing on something bigger than themselves, bigger than the rest of the country, or their political parties. And he's definitely a profile in courage, deserved the award he received, but I think also an inspiration to a lot of people who are watching.
Former Senator Heitkamp with us as well. Heidi, thank you. I want to bring in Rachel Scott, our congressional correspondent live in Washington. And Rachel, you heard me ask the governor about this a moment ago, Governor Christie, about the current Republicans in this country campaigning right now on the questions about whether or not the election was legitimate, being a central point of their campaign, in fact. And I mentioned some of the Republicans campaigning in Texas calling the president an acting president.
calling the president an acting president, flat out rejecting the results of the 2020 election, even going so far as to saying that President Biden is not the legitimate president. Of course, we know that is false. And David, this is not an isolated incident. Former President Donald Trump has endorsed 111 Republican candidates this midterm election. 538 says 70% of those believe that the election is fraudulent. It's part of the reason why you're hearing the witnesses, why you're hearing the committee members push and say that this is a clear and present danger. Even the chairman saying today that one day it will not be a close call if we do not take this seriously. It would be a catastrophe, David.
Rachel Scott following along with us here this afternoon as well. I want to bring in our political director, Rick Klein, because this notion of a clear and present danger, Rick, when you hear about fake electors, meaning in several states that they had sent those fake electors, the lists, they put them up side by side, what a real elector looks like, the paperwork for the fake electors that had been sent to Washington, that the White House had been made aware of these lists of these fake electors, and that it was the vice president's team that ignored them and moved forward with the certification. The committee tried to make the point that it's not just in looking back, it's in looking forward, that there does remain a danger if we don't take this seriously.
Yeah, so critical here. In fact, we learned of the apparent role by Senator Ron Johnson, senator from Wisconsin, who is up for re-election this year, in trying to get that list of apparently fake electors to Vice President Pence. And just today, David, there was voting in only 3 states. 13 candidates in those states believe in the big lie, believe that the last election was not legitimately decided. There's nearly 100 candidates like those, like Rachel was just describing, who are now populating the ballot for the fall already. So yes, there are going to be candidates campaigning for office this year saying that the last election was not legitimately decided, and saying that if there was another situation presented like the one that Donald Trump pursued through these channels just a few years ago, that they would act to overturn the election. They would act to intervene in ways that Donald Trump could not get local officials to do this time around.
Rick Klein, our thanks to you. Rick brings up Ron Johnson, who wanted to send those fake electors from Wisconsin and Michigan to get those lists to Washington. Let's go back to the committee room.
The committee will be in order. President Trump's pressure campaign against state officials existed in all the key battleground states that he lost. But the former president had a particular obsession with Georgia. Here is the president on the afternoon of January 6th, after his own attorney general warned him that the claims you are about to hear are patently false.
They should find those votes. They should absolutely find that. Just over 11,000 votes, that's all we need. They defrauded us out of a win in Georgia, and we're not going to forget it.
So the state of Georgia is where we will turn our attention to next. I want to emphasize that our investigation into these issues is still ongoing. As I stated in our last hearing, if you have relevant information or documentary evidence to share with the Select Committee, we welcome your cooperation. But we will share some of our findings with you today. Secretary Raffensperger, thank you for being here today. You've been a public servant in Georgia since 2015, serving first as a member of the Georgia House of Representatives, and then since January 2019 as Georgia's Secretary of State. As a self-described conservative Republican, is it fair to say that you wanted President Trump to win the 2020 election?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Secretary, many witnesses have told the Select Committee that Election Day, November 3rd, 2020, was a largely uneventful day in their home states. In spite of the challenges of conducting an election during a pandemic, you wrote in the Washington Post that the election was, quote, successful. Tell us, what was your impression of how Election Day had proceeded in Georgia?
On Election Day in November, our election went remarkably smooth. In fact, we meet at the GEMA headquarters. That's the Georgia Energy Emergency Management Association meeting location, but we were following wait times in line. In the afternoon, our average wait time was 3 minutes statewide that we were recording for various precincts, and it actually got down to 2 minutes. And at the end of the day, we felt that we had a successful election from the standpoint of the administration and the operation of the election.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Schiff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Raffensperger, did Joe Biden win the 2020 presidential election in Georgia, and by what margin?
President Biden carried the state of Georgia by approximately 12,000 votes.
And Mr. Secretary, as I understand it, your office took several steps to ensure the accuracy of the vote count in Georgia, reviewing the vote count in at least 3 different ways. These steps included a machine recount, a forensic audit, and a full hand recount of every one of the 5 million ballots cast. Did these efforts, including a recount of literally every ballot cast in the state of Georgia, confirm the result?
Yes, they did. We counted the ballots where the first tabulation would be scanned. Then when we did our 100% hand audit of the all 5 million ballots in the state of Georgia, all cast in place, all absentee ballots, they were all hand recounted, and they came remarkably close to the first count. And then upon the election being certified, President Trump, because he was within 0.5%, could ask for a recount. And then we recounted them again through the scanners, and we got remarkably the same count. 3 counts, all remarkably close, which showed that President Trump did come up short.
Nevertheless, as you will see, the president and his allies began making numerous false allegations of voter fraud. False allegations that you and Mr. Sterling, among others, had to address. Mr. Sterling, thank you also for being here today. Following the 2020 election, in addition to your normal duties, I understand that you became a spokesperson to try to combat disinformation about the election and the danger it was creating for elections officials, among others. In a December 1 press conference, you addressed some of your remarks directly to President Trump. Let's take a look at what you said that day.
Mr. President, it looks like you likely lost the state of Georgia. We're investigating. There's always a possibility. I get it. You have the rights to go through the courts. What you don't have the ability to do, and you need to step up and say this, is stop inspiring people to commit potential acts of violence. Someone's going to get hurt. Someone's going to get shot. Someone's going to get killed. And it's not right. It's not right.
Mr. Sterling, what prompted you to make these remarks?
Mr. Schiff, we had a previously scheduled press conference that day, as we were in the habit of doing, trying to be as transparent as we could about the election and the counts going on. A little after lunch that day, lunchtime, I received a call from the project manager from Dominion Voting Systems, who was oddly, audibly shaken. She's not the kind of person I would assume would be that way. She has a master's from MIT, a graduate of the Naval Academy, and is very much on the ball and pretty unflappable. And she informed me about a young contractor they had who had been receiving threats from a video had been posted by some QAnon supporters. And at that point, we had been been steeping in this kind of stuff. So it was around us all the time. So I didn't take note of it more than adding to the pile of other stuff we were having to deal with. And I did pull up Twitter, and I scrolled through it, and I saw the young man's name. There was a particular tweet that, for lack of a better word, was a straw that broke the camel's back. Had the young man's name. It was a very unique name. I believe he was a first-generation American. And it said, had his name, "You committed treason. May God have mercy on your soul," with a slowly twisting gif of a noose. And for lack of a better word, I lost it. I just got irate. My boss was with me at the time, the Deputy Secretary, Jordan Fuchs, and she could tell that I was angry. I tend to turn red from here up when that happens, and that happened at that time. And she called Secretary Raffensperger to say, "We're seeing these kind of threats, and Gabe thinks we need to say something about it." And Secretary said yes, and that's what prompted me to do what I did. I lost my temper, but it seemed necessary at the time because it was just getting worse. And I could not tell you why that particular one was the one that put me over the edge, but it did.
Now, after you made this plea to the president, did Donald Trump urge his supporters to avoid the use of violence?
Not to my knowledge.
Now, as we know, the president was aware of your speech because he tweeted about it later that day. Let's take a look at what the president said. In the tweet, Donald Trump claims that there was, quote, massive voter fraud in Georgia. Mr. Sterling, that was just plain false, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Nevertheless, the very next day, on December 2nd, President Trump released a lengthy video again making false claims of election fraud in Georgia. Let's take a look at what he said this time.
They found thousands and thousands of votes that were out of whack, all against me.
In fact, the day after Donald Trump released that video, so now we're talking just 2 days after the emotional warning that you gave that someone's going to get killed, representatives of President Trump appeared in Georgia, including Rudy Giuliani, and launched a new conspiracy theory that would take on a life of its own and threaten the lives of several innocent election workers. This story falsely alleges that sometime during election night, election workers at the State Farm Arena in Atlanta, Georgia, kicked out poll observers. After the observers left, the story goes, these workers pulled so-called suitcases of ballots from under a table and ran those ballots through counting machines multiple times. Completely without evidence, President Trump and his allies claimed that these suitcases contained as many as 18,000 ballots, all for Joe Biden. None of this was true. But Rudy Giuliani appeared before the Georgia State Senate and played a surveillance video from State Farm Arena, falsely claiming that it showed this conspiracy taking place. Here's a sample of what Mr. Giuliani had to say during that hearing.
And when you look at what you saw on the video, which to me was a smoking gun, powerful smoking gun, well, I don't have to be a genius to figure out what happened. And I don't have to be a genius to figure out that those votes are not legitimate votes. You don't put legitimate votes under a table.
No.
Wait until you throw the opposition out, and in the middle of the night, count them. We would have to be fools to think that.
President Trump's campaign amplified Giuliani's false testimony in a tweet, pushing out the video footage. Giuliani likewise pushed out his testimony on social media. As you can see in this tweet, Mr. Giuliani wrote that it was, quote, now beyond doubt, unquote, that Fulton County Democrats had stolen the election. Later in this hearing, we'll hear directly from one of the election workers in this video about the effect these lies had on her and on her family. Mr. Sterling, did the investigators in your office review the entire surveillance tape from the State Farm Arena on election night?
They actually reviewed approximately 48 hours going over the time period where action was taking place at the counting center at State Farm Arena.
And what did the tape actually show?
Depending on which time you want to start, because as was mentioned, this conspiracy theory took on a life of its own, where they conflated a water main break that wasn't a water main break and throwing observers out and a series of other things. What it actually showed was Fulton County election workers engaging in normal ballot processing. One of the things that was very frustrating was the so-called suitcases of ballots from under the table. If you watch the entirety of the video, you saw that these were election workers who were under the impression they were going to get to go home around 10:30. People are putting on their coats. They're putting ballots that are prepared to be scanned into ballot carriers that are then sealed with tamper-proof seals so that they can, they're not messed with. It's an interesting thing because you watch there's 4 screens of the video, and as you're watching it, you can see the election monitors in the corner with the press as they're taking these ballot carriers and putting them under the table. You see it there. One of the other hidden ones, if you looked at the actual tape, was on the outside of the table, just from the camera angle. You couldn't see it originally. And this goes under the no good deed goes unpunished. We were told, we were at GEMA, as the secretary pointed out, and we were told that it looked like they were shutting down the Fulton County counting. The secretary expressed some displeasure at that because we wanted to everybody keep counting so we could get to the results and know what was happening. So our elections director called their elections director, who was at another location because this was election day. There was 2 different places where ballot things were being done by the Fulton County office. So he called, the elections director of Fulton then called Ralph Jones, who was at the State Farm Arena, and said, what the heck are you doing? Go ahead and stay. And as you watch the video itself, you see him take the phone call as people are putting things away and getting ready to leave. You can tell for about 15, 20 seconds, he does not want to tell these people they have to stay. He walks over, he thinks about it for a second, you see him come back to the corner of a desk and kind of slumps his shoulders and says, okay, y'all, we got to keep on counting. And then you see him take their coats off, get the ballots out, And then a secondary thing that you'll see on there is you'll have people who are counting ballots who a batch will go through, they will take them off and run that through again. What happens there is a standard operating procedure. If there's a misscan, if there's a misalignment, if it doesn't read right, these are high-speed, high-capacity scanners. So 3 or 4 will go through after a misscan. You have to delete that batch and put it back through again. And by going through the hand tally, as the Secretary pointed out, we showed that if there had been multiple ballots scanned without a corresponding physical ballot, your counts would have been a lot higher than the ballots themselves. And by doing the hand tally, we saw 2 specific numbers that were met. The hand tally got us to a 0.1053% off of the total votes cast and 0.0099% on the margin, which is essentially dead on accurate. Most academic studies say on a hand tally you'll have between 1% and 2%, but because we use ballot marking devices where it's very clear what the voter intended, it made it a lot easier for us to conduct that hand count and show that none of that was true.
Now, I understand that when you reviewed these tapes and did the analysis, it disproved this conspiracy theory. But you still had to take a lot of steps to try to make sure the public knew the truth about these allegations. And you did frequent briefings for the press. Let's take a look at one of those press briefings, Mr. Sterling, that you held on December 7th to make the point that you just did today.
Move on to what I'm going to call Disinformation Monday. Out of the gate, many of y'all saw the videotape from State Farm Arena. I spent hours with our post-certified investigators, Justin Gray from WSB, spent hours with us going over this video to explain to people that what you saw, the secret suitcases with magic ballots, were actually ballots that had been packed into those absentee ballot carriers by the workers in plain view of the monitors and the press. And what's really frustrating is the president's attorneys had this same videotape. They saw the exact same things the rest of us could see, and they chose to mislead state senators and the public about what was on that video. I'm quite sure that they will not characterize the video if they try to enter it into evidence, because that is the kind of thing that could lead to sanctions, because it's obviously untrue. They knew it was untrue, and they continue to do things like this.
Mr. Sterling, despite the efforts by your office to combat this misinformation by speaking out publicly and through local media, you were unable to match the reach of President Trump's platform and social media megaphone spreading these false conspiracy theories. What was it like to compete with a president who had the biggest bully pulpit in the world to push out these false claims?
For lack of a better word, it was frustrating. But oftentimes I felt our information was getting out, but that there was a reticence of people who needed to believe it because the President of the United States, whom many looked up to and respected, was telling them it wasn't true, despite the facts. And I characterized at one point it was kind of like a shovel trying to empty the ocean. And yes, it was frustrating. I even have family members who I had to argue with about some of these things, and I would show them things, and the problem you have is you're getting to people's hearts. I remember there's one specific, an attorney that we know that we showed and walked him through, this wasn't true, okay, I get that, this wasn't true, okay, I get that, this wasn't, 5 or 6 things, but at the end he goes, I just know in my heart they cheated. That's just it. And so once you get past the heart, the facts don't matter as much. And our job, from our point of view, is to get the facts out, do our job, tell the truth, follow the Constitution, follow the law, and defend the institutions. And the institutions held.
Let's take a look at what you were competing with. This is the former president speaking in Georgia on December 5th.
Evidence of fraud is overwhelming, and again, I'm going to ask you to look up at that very, very powerful and very expensive screen.
Hidden cases of possible ballots are rolled out from under a table. 4 people under a cloud of suspicion.
So, if you just take the crime of what those Democrat workers were doing, and by the way, there was no water main break. They said there was no water main break. That's 10 times more than I need to win this state. 10 times more. It's 10 times, maybe more than that, but it's 10 times more because we lost by a very close number.
In this committee's hearing last Monday, we heard from senior federal law enforcement officials, from the senior-most federal law enforcement official in Atlanta at the time, U.S. Attorney for the Northern District, B.J. Pack, as well as former Attorney General Bill Barr. They both testified that the allegations were thoroughly investigated and found to have no merit. Here is U.S. Attorney Pack.
Particular to Attorney General Barr, I told him that we looked into it. We've done several things, including interviewing the witnesses. I listened to the tapes and reviewed the videotape myself, and that there was nothing there. Giuliani was wrong in representing that this was a suitcase full of ballots.
And here's what Attorney General Bill Barr had to say about the same allegations.
Took a hard look at this ourselves, and based on our review of it, including the interviews of the key witnesses, the Fulton County allegations had no merit.
We also have testimony from senior Department of Justice officials establishing that they specifically told President Trump that these allegations had been thoroughly investigated and were completely without merit. Here's Acting Deputy Attorney General Richard Donahue describing a phone conversation in which he specifically told President Trump that these allegations were false.
The president kept fixating on this suitcase that supposedly had fraudulent ballots, and that the suitcase was rolled out from under the table. And I said, no, sir, there is no suitcase. You can watch that video over and over. There is no suitcase. There is a wheeled bin where they
carry the ballots. No matter how many times senior Department of Justice officials, including his own Attorney General, told the president that these allegations were not true, President Trump kept promoting these lies and putting pressure on state officials to accept them. On January 2nd, the president had a lengthy telephone conversation with Secretary Raffensperger. Prior to the president's call, though, I want to share a bit of important context. First, the White House, including the former president's chief of staff, Mark Meadows, repeatedly called or texted the secretary's office some 18 times in order to set up this call. They were quite persistent. Second, Chief of Staff Mark Meadows took the extraordinary step of showing up at a signature audit site in Georgia, where he met with Secretary Raffensperger's chief investigator, Francis Watson, who was supervising that audit process. Behind me is a photograph from that visit. Third, the day after Meadows' Georgia visit, he set up a call between President Trump and Francis Watson. On the call between President Trump and Georgia investigator Francis Watson, the former president continued to push the false claim that he'd won the state of Georgia. Let's listen to that part of the conversation.
You know, you have the most important job in the country right now, because if we win Georgia, first of all, if we win, you're going to have two wins. They're not going to win right now. You know, they're down because the people of Georgia are so angry at what happened to me. They know I won by hundreds of thousands of votes. It wasn't close.
And in this next clip, he told this state law enforcement official that she'd be praised if she found the right answer.
Hopefully, you know, I will. When the right answer comes out, you'll be praised. I mean, I don't know why. You know, they made it so hard. They will be praised. People will say, "Great," because that's what it's about. That ability to check and to make it right. Because everyone knows it's wrong. There's just no way.
Mr. Raffensperger, I know you weren't on this call, but that you have listened to it. President Trump didn't win by hundreds of thousands of votes in Georgia, did he?
No, he did not. I've been traveling through the state of Georgia for a year now, and simply put, in a nutshell, what happened in fall of 2020 is that 28,000 Georgians skipped the presidential race, and yet they voted down ballot in other races. And the Republican congressman ended up getting 33,000 more votes than President Trump, and that's why President Trump came up short.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The president on this call doesn't stop here. Let's listen to another part of the conversation between President Trump and Ms. Watson.
Anyway, but whatever you can do, Francis, it would be it's a great thing. and I very much appreciate it.
Whatever you can do, Francis. This is the President of the United States calling an investigator looking into the election in which he is a candidate and asking her to do whatever you can do. Mr. Secretary, he placed this call to your chief investigator on September 23rd, 2020. The Select Committee has received text messages indicating that Mark Meadows wanted to send some of the investigators in her office, in the words of one White House aide, a shitload of POTUS stuff, including coins, actual autographed MAGA hats, etc. White House staff intervened to make sure that didn't happen. It was clear at the time of this call that the former president had his sights set on January 6th. Listen to this portion when he told Francis Watson about a very important date.
Do you think they'll be working after Christmas to keep it going fast? Because, you know, we have that date of the 6th, which is a very important date.
That important date, of course, was the joint session of Congress, where Georgia's electoral votes would be counted for Joe Biden. A little over a week after this call to Francis Watson, the president was finally able to speak with you, Secretary Raffensperger. Bear in mind, as we discuss this call today, that by this point in time, early January, the election in Georgia had already been certified. But perhaps more important, the President of the United States had already been told repeatedly by his own top Justice Department officials that the claims he was about to make to you about massive fraud in Georgia were completely false. Mr. Secretary, the call between you and the President lasted 67 minutes, over an hour. We obviously can't listen to the entire recording here today, although it is available on the Select Committee's website. But we'll listen to selected excerpts of it now so that we can get your insights. Let's begin with the President raising the thoroughly debunked allegations of suitcases of ballots.
In an official voter box, they were in what looked to be suitcases or trunks, suitcases, but they weren't in voter boxes. The minimum number it could be, because we watched it and they watched it certified in slow motion, instant replay, if you can believe it, but it had slow motion and it was magnified many times over. And the minimum it was 18,000 ballots, all for Biden.
These are the allegations that the Department of Justice, the Attorney General, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, and your office heads all said were false. Is that right?
Correct. And even more importantly, when B.J. Pack resigned as U.S. Attorney of the Northern District, President Trump appointed as acting U.S. Attorney of the Northern District Bobby Christine. And Bobby Christine looked at that, and he was quoted in the AJC that he found nothing, and he dismissed that case early also.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The President references suitcases or trunks. Mr. Sterling, were the objects seen in these videos suitcases or trunks, or were they just the ordinary containers that are used by election workers?
They're standard ballot carriers that allow for seals to be put on them so they're tamper-proof.
And finally, the President claims that there was a minimum of 18,000 ballots somehow smuggled in, all for Biden. I take it, gentlemen, that was also categorically false?
There's no physical way he can know who those ballots were for, but secondarily, we had Fulton County for years has been an issue in our state when it comes to elections. So they had a very difficult time during the primary, in large part because of COVID. So we had put them under a consent decree the Secretary got negotiated, where we had a monitor on site, and his name is Carter Jones, and he took a notation. He had gone from State Farm to the English Street warehouse to look at election day activities, but before he left the State Farm Arena, he noted how many ballots have been counted on each one of the machines. And when he came back after we found out they were working again, he took note again when they closed. And I believe the final number was something around 8,900 total ballots were scanned from the time he left to the time about 12:30 or 1 o'clock in the morning. So way below 18,000.
Let's play the next clip.
I heard it was close. I said, there's no way. But they dropped a lot of votes in there late at night. You know that, Brad.
Mr. Secretary, did somebody drop a lot of votes there late at night?
No. I believe that the president was referring to some of the counties when they would upload, but the ballots had all been accepted and had to be accepted by state law by 7 p.m. So there were no additional ballots accepted after 7 p.m.
Let's play the next clip in which the president makes claims about so-called dead voters.
The other thing, dead people. So dead people voted, and I think the number is in the close to 5,000 people. And they went to obituaries, they went to all sorts of methods to come up with an accurate number, and a minimum is close to about 5,000 voters.
So, Secretary, did your office investigate whether those allegations were accurate? Did 5,000 dead people in Georgia vote?
No, it's not accurate. And actually, in their lawsuits, they allege 10,315 dead people. We found 2 dead people when I wrote my letter to Congress. That's dated January 6th. And subsequent to that, we found 2 more. That's 1, 2, 3, 4 people, not 4,000, but just a total of 4, not 10,000, not 5,000.
Let's play the next clip.
And there's nothing wrong with saying that, you know, that you've recalculated, because the 2,236 and absentee ballots, I mean, they're all exact numbers that were done by accounting firms, law firms, etc. And even if you cut them in half, cut them in half, and cut them in half again, it's more votes than we need.
Mr. Secretary, is there any way that you could have lawfully changed the result in the state of Georgia and somehow explained it away as a recalculation?
No, the numbers are the numbers. The numbers don't lie. We had many allegations, and we investigated every single one of them. In fact, I challenged my team, did we miss anything? They said that there was over 66,000 underage voters. We found that there's actually 0. You can register to vote in Georgia. When you're 17 and a half, you have to be 18 by Election Day. We checked that out, every single voter. They said that there was 2,423 non-registered voters. There was 0. They said that there was 2,056 felons. We identified less than 74 or less that were actually still in felony sentence. Every single allegation we checked, we ran down the rabbit trail to make sure that our numbers were accurate.
So there's no way you could have recalculated it except by fudging the numbers?
The numbers were the numbers, and we could not recalculate because we had made sure that we had checked every single allegation. And we had many investigations. We had nearly 300 from the 2020 election.
Mr. Secretary, you tried to push back when the president made these unsupported claims, whether they were about suitcases of ballots or that Biden votes were counted 3 times. Let's play the next clip.
President, they did not put that. We did an audit of that, and we proved conclusively that they were not scanned 3 times. Yeah, Mr. President, we'll send you the link from WSB that does.
I don't care about a link. I don't need it. I have a much better link.
You told the president you would send him a link from WSB, which I understand is a local television station that had a unedited video from the State Farm Arena. But the president wasn't interested in that. He said he had a much better link. Mr. Secretary, at the time that you were on the call with the president, as we have shown, both the FBI and the Georgia Bureau of Investigation have proven these claims to be nonsense. And you told him about these investigations on the phone. Let's listen to what President Trump had to say about the state and federal law enforcement officers who investigated these false claims.
There's no way they could find. Then they're incompetent. They're either dishonest or incompetent. Okay, there's only 2 answers: dishonesty or incompetence. There's just no way. Look, there's no way.
But the president didn't stop at insinuating that law enforcement officers were either dishonest or incompetent. He went on to suggest that you could be subject to criminal liability for your role in the matter. Before I play that portion of the conversation, I'd like to show you something that the president retweeted a couple weeks before your call with him. Here's the president retweeting a post from one of his allies, a lawyer who was later sanctioned by a judge in Michigan for making false claims of election fraud. Let's take a look at that tweet. The tweet read, quote, "President Trump, @real Donald Trump, is a genuinely good man. He does not really like to fire people. I bet he dislikes putting people in jail, especially, quote unquote, Republicans. He gave @Brian Kemp, Georgia, and @Georgia Secretary of State every chance to get it right. They refused. They will soon be going to jail." So on your call, this was not the first time the president was suggesting you might be criminally liable. With that, let's listen to this portion of the call.
I think you're going to find that they are shredding ballots because they have to get rid of the ballots because the ballots are unsigned. The ballots are corrupt. And they're brand new and they don't have seals. And there's a whole thing with the ballots, but the ballots are corrupt. And you're going to find that they are, which is totally illegal. It's more illegal for you than it is for them because you know what they did and you're not reporting it. That's a criminal offense. And you can't let that happen. That's a big risk to you and to Ryan, your lawyer. That's a big risk.
Secretary Raffensperger, after making a false claim about shredding of ballots, the president suggested that you may be committing a crime by not going along with his claims of election fraud. And after suggesting that you might have criminal exposure, President Trump makes his most explicit ask of the call. Let's play a part of that conversation.
So, look, all I want to do is this. I just want to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have, because we won the state.
Mr. Secretary, was the president here asking you for exactly what he wanted? One more vote than his opponent?
What I knew is that we didn't have any votes to find. We had continued to look. We investigated, like I just shared the numbers with you. There were no votes to find. That was an accurate count that had been certified. And as our general counsel said, there was no shredding of ballots.
Mr. Secretary, after making this request, the president then goes back to the danger of having you deny these allegations of fraud. Let's listen to that part of the clip.
And I watched you this morning and you said, well, there was no criminality, but I mean, all of this stuff is very dangerous stuff. When you talk about no criminality, I think it's very dangerous for you to say that.
Secretary Raffensperger, you wrote about this in your book, and you said, quote, I felt then and still believe today that this was a threat. Others obviously thought so too, because some of Trump's more radical followers have responded as if it was their duty to carry out this threat. Please tell us what you, your wife, even your daughter-in-law experienced regarding threats from Trump's more radical followers.
Well, after the election, my email, my cell phone was doxxed, and so I was getting texts all over the country, and then eventually my wife started getting the text, and hers typically came in as sexualized texts, which were disgusting. You have to understand that Trish and I, we met in high school, we've been married over 40 years now, and so they started going after her, I think, just to probably put pressure on me. Why don't you just quit, walk away? And so that happened. And then some people broke into my daughter-in-law's home, and my son has passed, and she's a widow and has 2 kids. And so we're very concerned about her safety also.
And Mr. Secretary, why didn't you just quit and walk away?
Because I knew that we had followed the law and we had followed the Constitution. And I think sometimes moments require you to stand up and just take the shots when you're doing your job. And that's all we did. You know, we just followed the law and we followed the Constitution. And at the end of the day, President Trump came up short. But I had to be faithful to the Constitution. And that's what I swore an oath to do.
During the remainder of the call, the former president continued to press you to find the remaining votes that would ensure his victory in Georgia. Let's listen to a little more.
Why wouldn't you want to find the right answer, Brad, instead of keep saying that the numbers are right? So look, can you get together tomorrow? And Brad, we just want the truth. It's simple. And everyone's going to look very good if the truth comes out. It's okay. It takes a little while, but let the truth come out. And the real truth is I won by 400,000 votes, at least. So what are we going to do here, folks? I only need 11,000 votes. Fellas, I need 11,000 votes. Give me a break.
4 days after the president's call to Secretary Raffensperger was January 6th. The president whipped up the crowd in front of the ellipse, once again promoting the allegation that Secretary Raffensperger, the president's own attorney general, had told him was false. Here he is on the ellipse.
In Fulton County, Republican poll watchers were ejected in some cases physically, from the room under the false pretense of a pipe burst. Water main burst, everybody leave, which we now know was a total lie. Then election officials pulled boxes, Democrats, and suitcases of ballots out from under a table. You all saw it on television, totally fraudulent, and illegally scanned them for nearly 2 hours, totally unsupervised. Tens of thousands of votes. This act coincided with a mysterious vote dump of up to 100,000 votes for Joe Biden, almost none for Trump. Oh, that sounds fair. That was at 1:34 a.m.
Mr. Secretary, Mr. Sterling, I want to thank you for your service to the state of Georgia and to the country. Speaker Bowers, likewise, I want to thank you for your service to the state of Arizona and to the country. You have served not only your home states, but our nation and our democracy. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Schiff. I thank the witnesses for joining us today. You're now dismissed.
Just listening to the testimony of Georgia's Republican Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, Deputy Gabriel Sterling. We had heard much from them already, the pressure in the days and weeks after the election, but testifying before the country today, we did hear more of the telephone call, a lot more of it, the pressure from the former president on the Secretary of State there. We also heard about the threats that came afterward. The threats on him and his wife in particular. He said some of the messages had been sexualized, he said, which were particularly offensive. They've been married and have been married for more than 40 years. Suggested those kinds of texts were meant to try to get him just to quit his job. But he talked about standing up and just doing his job. We're now going to hear from an election worker who's expected to testify about the pressure and the threats she and her mother received. They counted ballots in 2020, and they also counted ballots in 2016. She has said she takes great pride in the job that they did.
I now welcome our final witness this afternoon.
Let's listen.
Andrea Shea Moss. Ms. Moss worked in the Department of Registration and Elections in Fulton County, Georgia, from 2017 until 2022. In that job, Ms. Moss handled voter applications and absentee ballot requests and also helped to process the vote count for several elections. In December 2020, Ms. Moss and her mother, Ms. Ruby Freeman, became the target of nasty lies spread by President Trump and his allies as they sought to overturn the election results in Georgia. Ms. Moss and her mother, Ms. Freeman, are two of the unsung heroes in this country, doing the hard work of keeping our democracy functioning for every American. Ms. Moss, welcome. Thank you for your service, and I thank you for being here today. I will now swear you in. Please stand. Do you swear or affirm on the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect that the witness answered in the affirmative. Ms. Moss, thank you very much for being here today. I understand that you are here along with your mother today. Would you like to introduce your mama? Hi, Mom. Ms. Moss, today we'll be asking you about some of the threats that you received following the 2020 election. Since you've been an election worker for over 10 years, I want to ask you, in your decade of service, Had you ever experienced threats like these before? Don't be nervous. Just, I understand. So, and I want to make sure that the record reflects that you've done it for quite a while and you never received a threat. And your answer was no. Thank you. Pursuant to Section 5C8 of the House Resolution 503, the chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Schiff, for questions.
Good afternoon, Ms. Moss. Thank you for being here. I understand that you were employed by the Fulton County Registration and Elections Department for more than 10 years, and I understand that you love that job. Please tell us what made you so fond of the work that you did.
Well, I've always been told by my grandmother how important it is to vote and how people before me, a lot of people, older people in my family did not have that right. So what I loved most about my job were the older voters. Younger people could usually do everything from their phone or go online, but the older voters like to call, they like to talk to you, they like to get my card, they like to know that every election I'm here. And like even college students, a lot of parents trust in me to make sure their child does not have to drive home. They'll get an absentee ballot, they can vote, and I really found pleasure in that. I liked being the one that, you know, if someone can't navigate my voter page or, you know, they want a new precinct card and they don't have a copy machine or a computer or all of that, I could put it in the mail for them. I was excited always about sending out all the absentee ballots for the elderly, disabled people. I even remember driving to an hospital to give someone her absentee application. That's what I love the most.
So you really enjoyed helping people vote and participate, and that was something, the right to vote, that your grandmother taught you was precious.
Yes.
Well, I know the events that we're here to talk about today are incredibly difficult to relive. Your proud service as an election worker took a dramatic turn on the day that Rudy Giuliani publicized a video of you and your mother counting ballots on election night. President Trump, Rudy Giuliani, and others claimed on the basis of this video that you and your mother were somehow involved in a plot to kick out observers, bring suitcases of false ballots for Biden into the arena, and then run them through the machines multiple times. None of that was true, was it?
None of it.
I'd like to show you some of the statements that Rudy Giuliani made in a second hearing before the Georgia state legislators, a week after that video clip from State Farm Arena was first circulated by Mr. Giuliani and President Trump. I want to advise viewers that these statements are completely false and also deeply disturbing.
Tape earlier in the day of Ruby Freeman and Shay Freeman Moss and one other gentleman quite obviously surreptitiously passing around USB ports as if they're vials of heroin or cocaine. I mean, it's obvious to anyone who's a criminal investigator or prosecutor, they are engaged in surreptitious illegal activity again that day. And that's a week ago, and they're still walking around Georgia lying. They should have been questioned already. Their places of work, their homes should have been searched for evidence of ballots, for evidence of USB ports, for evidence of voter fraud.
That video was from Rudy Giuliani's appearance at a Georgia State Senate hearing on December 10. How did you first become aware that Rudy Giuliani, the president's lawyer, was accusing you and your mother of a crime?
I was at work, like always, and the former chief, Mr. Jones, asked me to come to his office. And when I went to his office, the former director, Mr. Barron, was in there, and they showed me a video on their computer. It was just like a very short clip of us working at State Farm, and it had someone on the video like talking over the video, just saying that we were doing things that we weren't supposed to do, just lying throughout the video. And that's when I first found out about it.
And were there social media posts that they showed you responding to those false claims?
Well, when I saw the video, of course, the first thing that I said was like, why? Why are they doing this? What's going on? And they, just told me that Trump and his allies were not satisfied with the outcome of the election, and they were getting a lot of threats and being harassed online, and asked me, have I been receiving anything, and I need to check on my mom. And I told them, I was like, where have they, where have you been getting these threats? I don't believe I have any. And Mr. Jones told me, like, they're attacking his Facebook, and I don't really use Facebook. I have one, so I went to the Facebook app, and I'm just kind of panicky at this point because this has never happened to me, and my mom is involved. I'm like her only child. So I'm just asking him, like, well, where are the messages? All I see is the feeds. Like, how do you get to the messages? And he said, it's another icon on your phone that says Messenger. And I went to that icon, and it was just a lot of horrible things there.
And those horrible things, did they include threats?
Yes, a lot of threats, wishing death upon me, telling me that, I'll be in jail with my mother, and saying things like, be glad it's 2020 and not 1920. That's, yeah.
Were a lot of these threats and vile comments racist in nature?
A lot of them were racist. A lot of them were just hateful. But yes, sir.
In one of the videos we just watched, Mr. Giuliani accused you and your mother of passing some sort of USB drive to each other. What was your mom actually handing you on that video?
A ginger mint.
It wasn't just Rudy Giuliani. We heard President Trump make these false allegations repeatedly during his call with Secretary Raffensperger. Let's listen to a portion of what he had to say about you and your mother.
We had at least 18,000, that's on tape. We had them counted very painstakingly, 18,000 voters having to do with Ruby Freeman. She's a vote scammer, a professional vote scammer and hustler.
Donald Trump attacked you and your mother using her name 18 times on that call. 18 times. Ms. Moss, can you describe what you experienced listening to former President Trump attack you and your mother in a call with the Georgia Secretary of State?
I felt horrible. I felt like it was all my fault. Like, if I would have never decided to be an elections worker, like, I could have done anything else, but that's what I decided to do. And now people are lying and spreading rumors and lies and attacking my mom. I'm her only child. Going to my grandmother's house. I'm her only grandchild. And my kid. It's just, I felt so bad. I just felt bad for my mom, and I felt horrible for picking this job and being the one that always wants to help and always there and never missing out one election. I just felt like it was my fault for putting my family in this situation.
Well, it wasn't your fault. Your mother was kind enough to come speak with us earlier. Let's listen to her story in her words.
My name is Ruby Freeman. I've always believed that when God says that he'll make your name great, but this is not the way it was supposed to be. I could have never imagined the events that followed the presidential election 2020. For my entire professional life, I was Lady Ruby. My community in Georgia, where I was born and lived my whole life, knew me as Lady Ruby. I built my own business around that name, La Ruby's Unique Treasures, a pop-up shop catering to ladies with unique fashions. I wore a shirt that proudly proclaimed that I was, and I am, Lady Ruby. Actually, I had that shirt on. I had that shirt in every color. I wore that shirt on Election Day 2020. I haven't worn it since, and I'll never wear it again. Now I won't even introduce myself by my name anymore. I get nervous when I bump into someone I know in the grocery store who says my name. I'm worried about who's listening. I get nervous when I have to give my name for food orders. I'm always concerned of who's around me. I've lost my name, and I've lost my reputation. I've lost my sense of security, all because a group of people, starting with number 45 and his ally, Rudy Giuliani, decided to scapegoat me and my daughter, Shay, to push their own lies about how the presidential election was stolen.
Ms. Moss, how has this experience of being targeted by the former president and his allies affected your life?
It's turned my life upside down. I no longer give out my business card. I don't transfer calls. I don't want anyone knowing my name. I don't want to go anywhere with my mom because she might yell my name out over the grocery aisle or something. I don't go to the grocery store at all. I haven't been anywhere at all. I gained about 60 pounds. I just don't do nothing anymore. I don't want to go anywhere. I second guess everything that I do. It's affecting my life in a major way. In every way. All because of lies. For me doing my job. Same thing I've been doing forever.
Your mother also told us that committee about how she had to leave her own home for her safety and go into hiding after the FBI told her that it would not be safe for her there before January 6th and until the inauguration. Let's listen to a clip of her story in her own words.
Around the week of January 6th, the FBI informed me that I needed to leave my home for safety. And I left my home for safety around that time.
Understood. How long did you stay out? Did you, remain outside of your home for your own safety?
I stayed away from my home for approximately 2 months. It was horrible. I felt homeless. I felt, I can't believe this person has caused this much damage to me and my family. To have to leave my home, that I've lived there for 21 years. And, I'm having to have my neighbors watch out for me, and I have to go and stay with somebody. It was hard. It was horrible.
And your conversation with the FBI about needing to leave your home for your own safety, or perhaps recommending it. Do you remember, was there a specific threat that prompted that, or was it the accumulation of threats that you had received?
What prompted it was getting ready to, January 6th was about to come. And they did not want me to be at home because of all the threats and everything that I had gotten. They didn't want me to be there in fear of, the people would come into my home, and I had a lot of that. So they didn't want me to be there just in case something happened. I asked, how long am I going to have to be at home? They said, at least until the inauguration.
Ms. Moss, I understand that people once showed up at your grandmother's house. Tell us about that experience.
I received a call from my grandmother. This woman is my everything. I've never even heard her or seen her cry ever in my life. And she called me screaming at the top of her lungs, like, Shay, oh my God, Shay, just freaking me out, saying that there were people at her home, and they knocked on the door, and of course she opened it and seeing who it was, and they just started pushing their way through, claiming that they were coming in to make a citizen's arrest. They needed to find me and my mom. They knew we were there. And she was just screaming and didn't know what to do. And I wasn't there, so, I just felt so helpless and so horrible for her. And she was just screaming. I told her to close the door. Don't open the door for anyone. And, she's a 70-something, I won't say, year-old woman, and she doesn't like having restrictions. She wants to answer the door. She likes to get her steps in, walking around the neighborhood, and I had to tell her, like, you can't do that. You have to be safe. And she would tell me that at night, people would just continuously send pizzas over and over to her home, and they were expecting her to pay for these large amounts of pizzas, and she went through a lot that she didn't have to. And once again, it made me just feel so horrible.
In addition to the personal impact this experience has had on you and your family, one of the things that I find most disturbing is how these lies discourage longtime election workers from continuing to do this important work. Tell us, if you would, of the other election workers shown in that State Farm Arena video and their supervisors. How many are still election workers in Fulton County?
There is no permanent election worker or supervisor in that video that's still there.
And did you end up leaving your position as well?
Yes, I left.
Ms. Moss, I want to thank you for coming to speak with us and to thank you for your service to our democracy. What we have just played is a truly horrible and appalling sample, but just a sample of the things that were said about you and your mother following the election. I want to say how very sorry I think we all are for what you've gone through, and tragically, you're not alone. Other election workers around the country have also been the subject of lies and threats. No election worker should be subject to such heinous treatment just for doing their job. With your permission, I would like to give your mother the last word.
Yes.
We're just going to play the tape.
There is nowhere I feel safe. Nowhere. Do you know how it feels to have the President of the United States to target you? The President of the United States is supposed to represent every American, not to target one. But he targeted me, Lady Ruby, a small business owner, a mother, a proud American citizen who stand up to help Fulton County run an election in the middle of the pandemic.
Thank you, Ms. Moss. Thank you, Ms. Freeman, or as America now knows her, Lady Ruby, for your service to Fulton County, Georgia, our country, and our democracy. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Schiff. Ms. Moss,
Yes, sir.
I want to thank you for sharing with us the very troubling story of what you and your mother experienced. The harassment of election workers like you simply for doing your duty as public servants poses a threat to our democratic process. Your testimony is an important contribution to the work of our committee and serves as a reminder to all of us that the safety of local election officials is vital to ensuring that our elections are always free and fair. I want to thank our witness for joining us today. The members of the Select Committee may have additional questions for today's witness, and we ask that you respond expeditiously in writing to those questions. Without objection, members will be permitted 10 business days to submit statements for the record, including opening remarks and additional questions for the witness. Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Schiff, for a closing statement.
For more than 200 years, our democracy has been distinguished by the peaceful transfer of power. When an American raises their right hand and takes the presidential oath of office, they are transformed from an ordinary citizen into the most powerful person in the world, the president. This is an awesome power to acquire. It is even more awesome when it is handed on peacefully. When George Washington relinquished the office of the presidency, it set a precedent that served as a beacon for other nations struggling against tyranny. When Ronald Reagan described it as a kind of miracle in the eyes of the world, he was exactly right. Other countries use violence to seize and hold power, but not in the United States, not in America. When Donald Trump used the power of the presidency to try to stay in office after losing the election to Joe Biden, he broke that sacred and centuries-old covenant. Whether his actions were criminal will ultimately be for others to decide. But what he did was, without a doubt, unconstitutional. It was unpatriotic, and it was fundamentally un-American. And when he used the power of his presidency to put the enormous pressure on state, local, and local elections officials and his own vice president, it became downright dangerous. On January 6th, that pressure became deadly. Ruby Freeman said the president is supposed to protect every American, not target them. And she is right. If the most powerful person in the world can bring the full weight of the presidency down on an ordinary citizen who is merely doing her job with a lie as big and heavy as a mountain, who among us is safe? None of us is. None of us. In city councils and town councils, on school boards and election boards, from the Congress to the courts, dedicated public servants are leaving their posts because of death threats to them and to their families. This is not who we are. It must not become who we are. Our democracy held because courageous people like those you heard from today put their oath to the Constitution above their loyalty to one man or to one party. The system held, but barely, and the question remains, will it hold again? If we are able to communicate anything during these hearings, I hope it is this. We have been blessed beyond measure to live in the world's greatest democracy. That is a legacy to be proud of and to cherish, but it is not one to be taken for granted. That we have lived in a democracy for more than 200 years does not mean we shall do so tomorrow. We must reject violence. We must embrace our Constitution with the reverence it deserves, take our oath of office and duties as citizens seriously, informed by the knowledge of right and wrong, and armed with no more than the power of our ideas and the truth, carry on this venerable experiment in self-governance. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Cheney, for a closing statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Lady Ruby and Shay, thank you for your courage. Thank you for your strength. Thank you for being here today. It means so much for everyone to hear your story, so thank you for that. We have had tremendous testimony today. We've been reminded that we're a nation of laws. And we've been reminded by you and by Speaker Bowers and Secretary of State Raffensperger, Mr. Sterling, that our institutions don't defend themselves. Individuals do that. And we've reminded that it takes public servants. It takes people who've made a commitment to our system to defend our system. We also have been reminded what it means to take an oath under God to the Constitution, what it means to defend the Constitution. And we were reminded by Speaker Bowers that our Constitution is indeed a divinely inspired document. And so it's been an honor to spend time with you and with our previous witnesses here today. To date, more than 30 witnesses called before this committee have not done what you've done, but have invoked their Fifth Amendment rights against self-incrimination. Roger Stone took the Fifth, General Michael Flynn took the Fifth, John Eastman took the Fifth. Others, like Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro, simply refused to comply with lawful subpoenas, and they have been indicted. Mark Meadows has hidden behind President Trump's claims of executive privilege and immunity from subpoenas. We're engaged now in litigation with Mr. Meadows. The American people in our hearings have heard from Bill Barr, Jeff Rosen, Richard Donahue, and many others who stood up and did what is right. And they will hear more of that testimony soon. But the American people have not yet heard from Mr. Trump's former White House counsel, Pat Cipollone. Our committee is certain that Donald Trump does not want Mr. Cipollone to testify here. Indeed, our evidence shows that Mr. Cipollone and his office tried to do what was right. They tried to stop a number of President Trump's plans for January 6th. Today, and in our coming hearings, you will hear testimony from other Trump White House staff explaining what Mr. Cipollone said and did, including on January 6th. But we think the American people deserve to hear from Mr. Cipollone personally. He should appear before this committee, and we are working to secure his testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
People answer the call to public service in such different ways. Some run for office. Some volunteer to make sure their neighbors can get to their voting locations. Some work at polling sites to help Election Day go smoothly. Some look into problems to guarantee our elections are secure and accurate, just to name a few. As I mentioned at the start of this hearing, when we talk about our democratic institutions, we're talking about these individuals and many others who do these jobs across the country. They represent the backbone of our democracy at its most important moments, when the citizens cast their votes and when those votes are counted. We've heard the stories of their courage. They've earned the thanks of a grateful nation. But for Donald Trump, these witnesses and others like them were another roadblock to his attempt to cling to power. On Thursday, we'll hear about another part of that scheme, his attempt to corrupt the country's top law enforcement body, the Justice Department, to support his attempt to overturn the election. Just as we heard today that Donald Trump was deeply involved in a scheme to pressure state officials to overturn the election results, we will hear on Thursday that Donald Trump was also the driving force behind the effort to corrupt the Justice Department. Listen to this clip from the former acting Attorney General, Richard Donahue.
The president said, suppose I do this. Suppose I replace him, Jeff Rosen, with him, Jeff Clark. What do you do? And I said, sir, I would resign immediately. There is no way I'm serving 1 minute under this guy, Jeff Clark.
You'll hear from Mr. Donahue in person on Thursday as my colleague, Mr. Kinzinger, presents details about this plan. The chair requests those in the hearing room remain seated until the Capitol Police have escorted members from the room. Without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
The January 6th Select Committee, a bipartisan committee in Washington, obviously nearly a year of investigating, and this is another hearing coming to a close before the American people. The range of the testimony today spanned from officials on the state level feeling the pressure from former President Trump and the team around him, the members of the team that he was listening to, from Rudy Giuliani to others, a relatively small circle in those final days. The intense pressure for states to do something to overturn the election on the state level, including a scheme to send fake electors to Washington. That was the beginning of the hearing today. The hearing ended with a deeply personal testimony of Wandrea Shea Moss, an election worker in Georgia, who says she feels badly. She brought her mother in too to serve our country, to help count the ballots as well, Ruby Freeman. Ruby, known in her community as Lady Ruby, but she described the anguish and the fear she has felt from the pressure, not only from the president, the former president who repeatedly used their names, some 18 times he used Ruby's name at one point, the pressure they felt out in their own community. Lady Ruby saying she no longer would wear the shirt that had her nickname, what she was known as in her community, that she didn't feel comfortable going to the grocery store. Her daughter, who has counted the ballots for multiple elections, talking about how she no longer will work in that capacity, and that she knows of no one, actually, at that one polling site who will count ballots anymore or supervise the election, given the intense pressure that they felt and fear they felt when wrapped up in this lie. I want to bring in our chief Washington correspondent, Jonathan Karl. And John, I know what you made of the beginning of this day, but this deeply personal account of the effect, what did you make of this?
Well, David, as I heard this incredibly powerful testimony from these local officials, from first Rusty Bowers in the first half of the hearing in Arizona, to Gabe Sterling, Brad Raffensperger in the state of Georgia, the tape testimony we heard from the Republican leaders in Pennsylvania and in Michigan, all of whom came under this incredible pressure by the president, from the president himself, to do something that they believed was illegal. And as you listen to all that testimony, here's the thought that I think you need to keep front and center, is what would have happened if they had gone along with it? You heard the pressure they were under, the intense personal pressure, the threats on their lives and their livelihoods, on their families. What if they had caved to that pressure and done what the president wanted? And then add on top of that, what if his vice president had caved to the pressure? We heard in the last hearing the pressure that Mike Pence was under, and you realize that this country came far closer to seeing a total breakdown in our democratic system, the overturning of a presidential election, and that it was the brave actions of ordinary people, including Lady Ruby and her daughter, who simply did the right thing and didn't cave to the pressure. But there was no guarantee that would happen. And now in this country, there is a campaign of vengeance being waged against those who denied Donald Trump what he wanted. We saw, in South Carolina just over a week ago, one of the Republicans that stood up to Donald Trump after January 6th lose his seat in Congress. Liz Cheney herself is facing a very tough re-election campaign, as Donald Trump has made her defeat his top priority. And throughout the country, you see people who repeat what Donald Trump has said, those lies, winning elections. And it raises the question, what happens next time? What happens next time if the people in positions of power don't do what these people did and did their duties despite the immense pressure that they were under?
That is the question. John Carl, live on the Hill, watching this hearing with us, as he always does, talking about the intense pressure not only on state leaders across this country. You talked about the Arizona Speaker of the House, who was an ardent supporter of former President Trump, a staunch supporter for so long. But when faced with the pressure from former President Trump, Rudy Giuliani, and others, he held to his position, talked about the deeply personal toll, though, the friends he lost, the fellow lawmakers.
Pressure they would be put under if they didn't go along with this. The easy call when it came to what the base was demanding and what some very extreme portions of that base were demanding was to go along with this in at least some measure. And when people didn't go along with that, when they stood in the way really in any measure, even when they didn't make a show of it, they were coming in for extreme pressure, even harassment. We heard about a number of officials who are testifying today or who have testified to the committee who talked about how protesters were outside their homes when their families were there. You know, we of course have the situation at the Supreme Court Justice's house recently, where a lot of Trump allies agreed that was a very bad thing to have protesters outside of people's homes. And so I think it really drives home why so many people were felt compelled to go along with these things, at least in some measure, and what it brought to bear for people who weren't willing to go along with that or couldn't go along with that because of the laws in their states.
Aaron, I want to go back and play something that the committee played earlier today. This is as they were getting started this afternoon. The committee played a series of answering messages, some phone messages left by Rudy Giuliani and Jenna Ellis, President Trump's lawyers. These were geared to Pennsylvania House Speaker Brian Cutler. Now, Pennsylvania wasn't a big focus today, Aaron, but it did come up because it is an example of these pressure attempts that were made on officials or lawmakers in various states. So let's hear Cutler talking about what the pressure campaign meant for him and his family.
Mr. Speaker, this is Rudy Giuliani and Jenna Ellis. We're calling you together because we'd like to discuss, obviously, the election.
Hello, Mr. Speaker. This is Jenna Ellis, and I'm here with Mayor Giuliani.
Hey, Brian, it's Rudy. I really have something important to call to your attention that I think really changes things.
Cutler felt that the outreach was inappropriate and asked his lawyers to tell Rudy Giuliani to stop calling, but Giuliani continued to reach out.
I understand that you don't want to talk to me now. I just want to bring some facts to your attention and talk to you as a fellow Republican.
On December 30th, Trump ally Steve Bannon announced a protest at Cutler's home.
We're getting on the road and we're going down to Cutler. We're going to start going to offices, and if we have to, we're going to go to homes, and we're going to let them know what we think about them.
There were multiple protests. I actually don't remember the exact number. There was at least 3, I think, outside either my district office or my home. And you're correct. My son, my then 15-year-old son, was home by himself for the first one. All of my personal information was doxed online. It was my personal email, my personal cell phone, my home phone number. In fact, we had to disconnect our home phone for about 3 days because it would ring all hours of the night and would fill up with messages.
Brian Cutler, we are outside.
That's the Pennsylvania House Speaker, Aaron Blake. Just reflect on that for us.
Yeah, I mean, this was a theme of the hearing. It wasn't just Cutler. It was also Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger talking about his daughter-in-law's home being broken into. And he's previously talked about the harassment that his wife faced. It was Michigan Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson talking about tucking her kids into bed when protesters showed up outside of her home, and her suddenly realizing that they were here for her, and that she thought this was a scary prospect. She wondered if they had guns. It was another instances in which Rusty Bowers, the Arizona House Speaker, was talking about somebody who was confronting one of his neighbors and how this person had a gun. So it reinforces just how scary some of these circumstances were, how personal it got. And I think that back after the election, when we didn't really have a full picture of these pressure campaigns, it really does drive home just how much people were driven to take extraordinary steps and just how much pressure a lot of these people were under. And this is high-ranking officials in multiple states. So this was very much a national movement that kind of flew beneath the radar at the time.
Let's go to Rhonda Colvin live on Capitol Hill. Rhonda was in that committee hearing room. I want to hear about what it was like for that testimony this afternoon, Rhonda. But first, stay with us on what Aaron's talking about. You know, the question is, can the committee make a connection in Americans' minds as they hear these horrific stories, these experiences that American citizens had, lawmakers, election workers? Can we make a connection from that to the responsibility squarely at the feet of Donald Trump, Rudy Giuliani, and other allies? How are they doing making that connection?
Well, they are making that case, and one of the ways they are doing that is by showing somewhat of a timeline in chronological order. These pressure campaigns, not only the one that we've been discussing today at the state level, but even last week, the pressure campaigns involving Mike Pence and others. So they're showing videotape. They're replaying the call that we all heard snippets of course, through the Post reporting. But today we heard more of that call between Trump and Raffensperger. And you could even hear in some of those clips that the former president was irate that Raffensperger was standing his ground. So I think the committee, you know, they have not heard from him, of course. He has not sat for an interview, the former president, but they are replaying moments where he spoke out either publicly or behind the scenes in these phone calls.
It was like in that hearing room as we heard Shay Moss, this election worker, talk about her personal story and how much she loved her job until things became horrific for her after she was falsely accused of meddling in the election.
Yeah, Shay Moss and her mother as well, Lady Ruby, really put a face on these intimidation tactics, the threats that election workers are facing in Georgia, of course, but across the country. There's been reporting and studies done this year showing that election workers do fear for their safety, and it's across the board from coast to coast. Many districts have lost election workers because they just don't want to put up with this anymore. And I can tell you, I'm only steps away from that hearing room, but we had to stay in for a fairly longer time after the committee wrapped up today because we're not allowed to leave until all committee members have left. And they spent a lot of time at the end there talking to Shay Moss, her mother, hugging her. I saw Adam Kinzinger stop by also to the officers who are sitting behind the witness table, presumably thanking them for coming. They've been a presence in all of these hearings so far. But those stories that Shay Moss told really brought some relatability to all of this. She talked about how she liked what she did and how she felt a sense of guilt that she brought this on to herself and her family, that she could have chosen another line of work. She talked about the physical impact, the health impacts, how she has gained weight. She's stayed inside. She's afraid to go to the grocery store. Her mother said she's afraid to give her name when she orders food. Those are very simple things that we all do daily, but these women talked about how scared they are to do these things after Trump put their name out there in public. Her grandmother was even involved in all of this. People found her grandmother's home and said that they were going to make some sort of citizen's arrest and find Shay and her mother. So it shows you that these lies, these subversive efforts to overturn the election, they just weren't happening behind the scenes in the White House or at the Willard Hotel or wherever. They were affecting real Americans who were just doing their job.
Yeah, real life consequences. Let's go to James Homan to talk about how the witnesses we heard from today, James, fit into the broader scope of what the
At Blues Wireless, we are working to solve the problem of.
But at what point is the criticism to the point of it is personal character assassination?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, when you have people who are public officials, you have to show reckless disregard for the truth, either knowledge that the statement was false or reckless disregard. It's a higher standard, and it was designed by the Supreme Court to allow us to criticize public officials. Sure. That's what we do. It's firmly enshrined in our history and traditions. But still, a public official, it's not open season on them. Right. If you make a statement knowing that it's false and it causes somebody harm, that's potentially defamation.
Can I say one other thing? Because I think that, of course, the harm that was being caused is underlying this. I also just want to also say Ron Johnson and his office literally running out with a statement saying, yes, that's true, the conversation happened, it's staff to staff, but we did not deliver fake electors. It, to me, is a bombshell
that was the
today.
biggest piece. There were two big pieces of news. The one at the end was Cipollone. Clearly there that. And then this, that Ron Johnson's chief of staff reached out to the vice president's staff and said, hey, we have alternative elector slates for Michigan and Wisconsin to deliver. The chief of staff, and what was interesting was the hair splitting. Oh, well, Ron Johnson didn't ask for this. It was staff-to-staff contact. So you're right. Not only did they run out a statement, but they seem to try to figure out how to distance Johnson from what the staff did.
Yeah, and it's remarkable that this is an office that now is having to defend wanting to deliver fake electors. Obviously, Ron Johnson, he's someone who's an incredibly vulnerable incumbent being in the state of Wisconsin that Joe Biden won, but also just morally, the fact that he was possible, or at least his office was willing to deliver fake electors really does tell you that there are only a certain number of people who are really willing to say, I'm not going to do what people are telling me to do. I'm not going to succumb to the pressure. It's Shane Moss apparently, and the crazies there, but it's also the vice president who is saying, I'm not going to do that. Please do not deliver fake electors.
In polarized Wisconsin, I'll be very curious to see how or if that news plays and how much the Democrats use it against Ron Johnson. But I want to get a little bit more about Rusty Bowers. Our NBC correspondent, Vaughn Hilliard, he's been covering the vice president, he's been covering President Trump, but he's an Arizona native. He's cut his teeth covering Arizona politics. So, Vaughn, there is, I was trying to describe it earlier, there really are two Republican parties in Arizona and always have been. I was trying to give people the history of the Evan Meekin wing, if you will. And again, I know it's before you were born, but there's always been a fringe element and there's always been a rational element of the Arizona Republican Party, and they can get at war. Doug Ducey, Rusty Bowers on one end. Tell us more about Rusty Bowers.
Yeah, I mean, Rusty Bowers, the Arizona Speaker of the House, I think at the time, I was talking with some folks as this hearing was going on, we thought it was absurd, the idea, because that somehow the state legislature could send its own slate of electors to Congress to be counted, because it states very clearly in Arizona state statute that ultimately the state legislature has to send a slate of electors that represents the popular vote in the state. And that was clearly for Joe Biden here. But we talk about just how close. If it were not for Rusty Bowers, there was a very real possibility that alternate slate of electors could be sent. And this was not something that was done in hiding. In fact, the Arizona Republican Party, at the very time they were doing it there on December 14th, they posted those alternative electors signing these fake pieces of paper to be sent to Congress to be counted by Mike Pence. And I was actually texting with the chairman of the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors, who told me, he goes, thank God he had Rusty Bowers to work alongside with here, because this was not just about those weeks leading up to the certification there in December of 2020, and then ultimately on Capitol Hill, the counting of the electoral votes there. But this was something that is extended to present day. Of course, Maricopa County had that entire audit that they spent more than $7 million on, that was backed by Donald Trump and others that were still trying to prove that the election was fraudulent and that Donald Trump actually won it. And then even extend that to now. The leading candidate for governor of Arizona, Kari Lake, is talking about decertifying the 2020 election. The pressure is still on Rusty Bowers. The pressure is still on the chairman of the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors, and you are looking in real time at the real possibility that ultimately governors in 2024 in states like Arizona, Michigan, Wisconsin, secretaries of states who would be in charge of running these elections may have no interest in certifying their election results, and that is why it's so important to understand just how crucial individuals like Rusty Bowers were to the process in making the peaceful transfer of power happen in 2020.
And Vaughn, just for a point of fact, the Maricopa County audit actually found more Biden votes, right?
That's absolutely accurate. They did their best to prove otherwise, but ultimately when you counted the votes, when they've counted the votes themselves, Joe Biden actually came out with more than the county officials did.
Right. That's the punchline of that shenanigan there. Vaughn Hilliard in Illinois for us. Vaughn, thank you. Let me pause for a moment and let stations go back to their regular programming as we continue our coverage on NBC News Now. We are back here on NBC News Now. And Yamiche, before we hand the baton over to Kristen Welker from Meet the Press Now, I want to put up this graphic here about the issue of Secretary of State. Vaughn, in some ways, teed us up pretty well. And it is really remarkable here. The Secretary of State's offices are not elected in every state. They used to be in Florida, for instance, but not anymore. That's an appointment. Everything in gray, the elections, it's an appointed position. Those obviously colored in most cases. It is an elected position. And we're seeing a lot of money being thrown at what is normally basically a race that goes to the party that wins the governor's race, to be quite frank. It is rare that you have a Secretary of State and a governor of two different parties. Arizona is one of the few places we've seen it.
It's incredible. And when you're looking at it and you look at the states where election deniers are candidates and where they're winning in primaries, it tells you that the democracy is being whittled away in some ways. At least that's what critics of these election deniers would say. It also, in some ways, underscores that this long tail of January 6th continues, that I thought standing on the lawn at the White House, this is where the Trump legacy ends. This is kind of the ugly ending of this, and it's going to be bad, but we all kind of knew it was going to be bad.
So you now learned the lesson of predicting Trump's demise?
I realized, in fact, that was the beginning of this new phase where we were going to be even deeper and more divided, but also that our democracy was going to be sort of hanging in the balance here. I think Benny Thompson in particular today really tried to get at that when he was pointing at New Mexico, pointing at just 2 weeks ago, someone saying that just because they believed that there was issues with the election, they didn't want to certify the election. I also think Gabriel Sterling's talking about you have to go to people's hearts, right? He talked to that lawyer.
Oh my goodness! I'm so glad.
Over and over
but in
again.
My heart,
but in my heart,
that's where I'm left with the amount of misinformation, how it can actually impact over decades. I mean, basically, any majority African American county gets. In this country, if it's part of a major city, Republicans accuse that county of vote fraud. It's like clockwork. You go to Pennsylvania, you hear the code word Philadelphia. You go to Georgia, it's Fulton County. You go to Illinois, it's Chicago. You go to Michigan, it's Detroit. You see where I'm going here. This is decades of misinformation.
Decades, and civil rights activists would say it's decades of misinformation, decades of racism, frankly. That's what civil rights leaders tell me when I ask them about, well, why do you think that they're really accusing black people of being dead voters and that these redistricting fights are so fierce, and you have judges saying that black people are being targeted with surgical precision by Republicans. And they say it comes down to the fact that we were a country that is continuously at war with itself, that race is continuously a big part of our political fights here. And Benny Thompson said, as this gets worse and worse, we're not going to have close calls. We're going to have catastrophe. That's what sticks with me when we think about these Secretary of States and the racism, the racist language that people have been using, according to civil rights leaders.
You know, Danny, the importance of these Secretary of State's positions. I go back to the example I used in Florida. The Supreme Court could hang its hat on stopping the count because the election was certified. They had followed the letter of the law. By the way, if you dig deep in the 1876 election and you go back and forth in that disputed election, it in some ways, then the Democrats who were doing some voter suppression at that time, they technically had the vote count on their side. If you've got the power to certify, regardless, sometimes you can't legislate out of that, right? So if you have a phony operator in one of these positions of legal power, you're powerless.
It's something nobody has really thought about in the American public until about now. When you see the pressure campaign against secretaries of state like Brad Raffensperger, like the campaign in Arizona, and you realize that person with that much power that nobody ever conceived would be abused. And it's similar. This is very similar to the Mike Pence pressure campaign. Here is somebody who really, the Constitution says in the 12th Amendment, technically holds it in his hand, opens the certificates, and then they are counted. And that gets interpreted to, you have the power to stop this election, to decertify. And you see really a parallel in the campaign against these secretaries of state who have this tremendous power. And you even heard testimony today from Rusty Bowers that he might have considered exercising that power had he heard some evidence of it at all. He was somebody who voted for Trump. He might have considered it. But even then, there was not enough to even get him to think about it.
Goes back to, we have a lot of theories.
A lot of theories short on evidence, Chuck.
Short on evidence. Probably the theme of the Trump legacy. That concludes our coverage. We're going to have much more tonight on the NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. We'll have it throughout the day right here on NBC News Now. For all of my colleagues at NBC News, I'm Chuck Todd. Thank you for watching our special coverage.
Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Kristen Welker on another day of compelling testimony from the January 6th committee. The committee's fourth hearing on its findings has just wrapped up, focusing on the Trump campaign's pressuring of state officials to overturn the results of the 2020 presidential election. We heard testimony from Georgia election officials, including Republican Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, about that pressure campaign. But the star witness today was Arizona's Republican House Speaker Rusty Bowers, who delivered powerful testimony about how former President Trump and his allies repeatedly pressed him to overturn the state's results and to violate his oath of office.
46 seconds. You are asking me to do something that is counter to my oath when I swore to the Constitution to uphold it. On more than one occasion throughout all this, that has been brought up, and it is a tenet of my faith that the Constitution is divinely inspired of my most basic foundational beliefs. And so for me to do that because somebody just asked me to is foreign to my very being. I will not do it.
You had told President Trump you would not do anything illegal for him.
I did, both times.
Emotional testimony there. Bowers also testified that he repeatedly asked Trump's team for evidence to back up their claims of voter fraud, but they never provided it.
At some point, did one of them make a comment that they didn't have evidence, but they had a lot of theories?
That was Mr. Giuliani.
And what exactly did he say, and how did that come up?
My recollection, he said, we've got lots of theories, we just don't have the evidence. And I don't know if that was a gaffe, or maybe he didn't think through what he said, but both myself and others in my group, the three in my group and my council, both remembered that specifically.
Lots of theories, we just don't have evidence. Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, who was threatened by Mr. Trump in a now infamous phone call to find the votes needed to overturn the results in Georgia, also testified about the fallout from his refusal to do so.
Well, after the election, my email, my cell phone was doxxed, and so I was getting texts all over the country. And then eventually, my wife started getting the text. They started going after her, I think, just to probably put pressure on me. Why don't you just quit, walk away? And so that happened. And then some people broke into my daughter-in-law's home, and my son has passed, and she's a widow and has 2 kids, and so we're very concerned about her safety also.
And Mr. Secretary, why didn't you just quit and walk away?
Because I knew that we had followed the law and we had followed the Constitution. And I think sometimes moments require you to stand up and just take the shots when you're doing your job. And that's all we did. You know, we just followed the law and we followed the Constitution.
And moments ago, as today's hearing was wrapping up, an extraordinary moment, Committee Vice Chair Congresswoman Liz Cheney used her closing statement to publicly call on Trump White House counsel Pat Cipollone to testify. To break down everything from today's hearing, I am joined now by a great team. Ali Vitale on Capitol Hill. Vaughn Hilliard is in Peoria, Illinois, where Mike Pence gave a speech last night. I'm also joined by NBC News legal analyst Carol Lamb and Tia Mitchell, Washington correspondent for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Thanks to all of you for being here on a very big and very busy day. Ali, I want to start with you. I want to get your takeaways, but before we go there, let me just get you to weigh in on what happened at the very end. Congresswoman Liz Cheney imploring former White House counsel Pat Cipollone to come and testify. Now, we've all reached out to Cipollone to see if he's going to come. What are you hearing on the Hill?
Yeah, that was a pretty stunning moment. And by the way, Kristen, if you hear any eruptions of noise behind me, it's because Congressman Jamie Raskin is gaggling with reporters right in our wake over here. So that's what that noise is going to be throughout our live shot. But I do think that last minute plea from Congresswoman Liz Cheney for Pat Cipollone to come testify was frankly stunning. And again, another reminder of the fact that there are still people that the committee wants to hear from, even as they're already laying out this public narrative. As the vice chair of this committee was leaving the hearing room, I asked her if they could continue doing these hearings with the gaps in knowledge that they have, clearly, from not speaking to Cipollone and to others. She said that they continue to be in touch with him and didn't answer when I said if they needed to pause these hearings in order to keep doing that fact-finding. But really, we know that even as they're doing these hearings, they are still asking people to come before them. They are still unearthing new material. That last-minute plea there only underscores that further.
It certainly does. And Allie, what were your other big takeaways today? So much happened, and there was incredibly emotional testimony at the end from Shaye Moss and her mother, earlier from Rusty Bowers.
Yeah.
What did you make of all of it?
Yeah. Kristen, extremely emotional, and we were told last night by the committee that this would be the first time that we heard Rusty Bowers, in his own words, tell the story of what he experienced, the pressure campaign from former President Donald Trump, as well as Rudy Giuliani and others in that orbit. It was clear now, you heard the passion and the dedication in his voice as he, just like the former Pence orbit, said repeatedly, at each turn, when something new was proposed to him, he said no, and that he didn't feel that that was his power. I also thought it was particularly striking at the beginning of the hearing. They made clear, they asked the Arizona House Speaker, did he want former President Trump to win the election? He said yes. We heard this at various points over the course of this investigation from members of Congress, people who were asking the same questions that Bowers were asking. Hey, if you're seeing these signs of conspiracy, if you're seeing these signs of fraud in a rigged election, tell us where we can look for those, because they wanted to see them borne out. Ultimately, because the Trump campaign did not have any of that evidence, they were not able to do so. And that's where you saw people starting to fall away from the former president's orbit and fall away from the former president's lies. That's all very important. And I think there were two real different prongs to this hearing today. On the one hand, it was the false slates of electors campaigns, the way that those slates of electors were at least attempted to be put into the hands of the former vice president through someone like Senator Ron Johnson, although his office says that he wasn't directly involved in that it was staff-to-staff contact. Nevertheless, we saw a little bit more of the details behind that scheme. And then, of course, the other piece of it, which is that violence was sort of a feature and not a bug in this pressure campaign at the state level. Stunning testimony from people like Jocelyn Benson in Michigan, the House Speaker in Pennsylvania, of course, the election officials in Georgia, all detailing the kinds of threats that they were getting throughout this time period because of the ways the former president and his allies were both speaking to them privately and then echoing that publicly, Kristen.
Yeah, and I do want to play a little bit of sound from Rusty Bowers. We heard from him a bit at the top, but he details just how painful and how terrifying the pressure campaign became when he got personal threats. Let's play some of that.
We have various groups come by, and they have had video panel trucks with videos of me proclaiming me to be a pedophile and a pervert and a corrupt and politician, and blaring loudspeakers in my neighborhood. And at the same time, on some of these, we had a daughter who was gravely ill, who was upset by what was happening outside. And my wife, that was a valiant person, very, very strong, quiet, very strong woman. So it was disturbing. It was disturbing.
Carol Lam, it's difficult to listen to that testimony, to listen to what he went through, what Shaye Moss described that she went through, which we'll delve into in just a bit. Did you hear anything that further incriminated former President Trump in the proceedings today?
Well, in a sense, everything we've heard incriminates the president, but the question is, where will this go ultimately? The purpose of these hearings is not to conduct a criminal trial. The purpose of these hearings is to put before the American people the evidence about what really happened. Whether a criminal case will ultimately be brought against anybody, and in particular President Trump, is a decision that remains with the Justice Department. And I think it's really important to manage expectations in that regard, because as devastating as this testimony is, and it is devastating, the decision whether to bring a criminal case against the president or former president of the United States is a big one. And it's one where the prosecutor, in this case Merrick Garland, has to be convinced that he can persuade a jury of 12 beyond a reasonable doubt and unanimously to convict the former president of the United States. And you heard testimony today that very rational, reasonable people said, yes, I understand that was a lie, that was a lie, that was a lie, and yet my heart tells me that this election was stolen. So emotion plays a large role in this, and I think it's important to manage expectations about what we can expect in terms of a criminal case.
Carol, as we're having this conversation, Jamie Raskin just told reporters again, after he told my colleague Chuck Todd over the weekend on Meet the Press, that they were getting new information every day. He just reiterated that. And I wonder how that fits into the call to have Pat Cipollone come and testify. Could Pat Cipollone be a game changer here in terms of a potential legal case against the former president?
Clearly, Pat Cipollone has a lot of information and could be a game changer, but you have to look at the situation that Pat Cipollone is in. He's in the president's inner circle, and that means executive privilege attaches to many of the communications that took place between them and among the staff in general. And I think that is what Pat Cipollone is really struggling with at this point in time. There are other obligations that attach. Could he say, yes, I'm doing what these other witnesses are doing, and I'm going to go ahead and testify fully in front of the committee? He could do that. Would there be ramifications to him professionally? Perhaps. This is all uncharted waters.
Tia Mitchell, you have obviously been covering everything that has unfolded with officials in Georgia quite closely. We heard from Gabriel Sterling today, in addition to Brad Raffensperger. I want to play a little bit about what Mr. Sterling had to say as it relates to the ongoing pressure campaign he was getting, where he repeatedly asked for evidence and was never given evidence. Let's play a little bit of that.
Oftentimes I felt our information was getting out, but that there was a reticence of people who needed to believe it because the President of the United States, whom many looked up to and respected, was telling them it wasn't true. Despite the facts, the problem you have is you're getting to people's hearts. I remember there's one specific, an attorney that we know that we showed and walked him through, this wasn't true. Okay, I get that. This wasn't true. Okay, I get that. This wasn't, 5 or 6 things. But at the end, he goes, I just know in my heart they cheated. That's just, and so once you get past the heart, the facts don't matter as much.
Boy, what a great way to frame that and what he was facing in that moment. What do you make of what he and Brad Raffensperger said today during their testimony? What were your key takeaways?
Yeah, my main takeaway from Secretary of State Raffensperger and Mr. Sterling was that they were up against, not just Trump and his allies, but intense pressure from fellow Republicans, intense pressure from Georgia voters who are supportive of President Trump, had believed, they've been inundated with election misinformation and had begun to believe it. And so in a lot of places, he talked about it feeling like a shovel in an ocean, that all the misinformation and disinformation they were trying to debunk. But Trump, the former president, had a much bigger platform. And so the lies began to outweigh the truth in so many examples. Even, we're talking about a conversation that's happening among Republicans with each other. We're not even getting into what the Democrats were saying.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought up that quote from Sterling about it was like trying to dig out the ocean with a shovel. It really speaks to what he was facing. I thought one of the really most extraordinary moments of today was the testimony from Shay Moss, who was an election worker who talked about why she loved her job. Her ancestors didn't have the right to vote, so she was determined to be a part of the process of voting. I want to play you a little bit of what she faced. This pressure campaign went out of nowhere. The former president, Rudy Giuliani, targeted her and her mother, falsely claiming that they were engaging in fraud, which just was not true. Take a listen.
Mr. Giuliani accused you and your mother of passing some sort of USB drive to each other. What was your mom actually handing you on that video?
A ginger mint. I felt horrible. I felt like it was all my fault. Like, if I would have never decided to be an elections worker, like, I could have done anything else, but that's what I decided to do. And now people are lying and spreading rumors and lies and attacking my mom.
Tia, this is, I think, one of the things that made her testimony so compelling. She's not an elected official. She is there basically helping the process of making sure that people can vote.
Right. And she represents the thousands of local election workers that are the backbone of our democracy. And what she highlighted was, you know, it wasn't just Ms. Moss and her mom who felt threatened. She said at one point that every election worker in her office that was in that surveillance video that Rudy Giuliani and other conservatives, you know, used as what they said was evidence of fraud, none of them are working in those jobs anymore. And not only is that, you know, to them, they've lost their livelihood, they've lost jobs that they enjoyed, but also that undermines the system. That means Fulton County has lost seasoned and educated election workers. That could lead to shortages, people who don't have as much information and experience for the next election. So in totality, it undermines our election even further because it makes it harder to get good people, fair people, people who are doing this out of a sense of love for America and democracy. You don't have as many people willing to sign up for these jobs anymore.
And Tia, that is so much at the heart of the argument that the committee is making, that they are doing this, yes, for the historic record, but also they would argue because there is an ongoing threat to the country's democracy. Von Hilliard, what is notable about the testimony today is that it was really the precursor to the hearing last week, which showcased the pressure campaign of former Vice President Mike Pence. You're in Peoria, Illinois. He was speaking there overnight. What were your key takeaways from this hearing, and also what you've heard from the former Vice President in his public remarks, where he did touch on January 6th, but only briefly? It's clear he wants to keep his focus on policies as he mulls his own run in 2024.
Right. This is such a multi-pronged effort, pressure campaign here. Of course, the former vice president was at the top of this pyramid, and you heard him here address a group of about 600 GOP activists last night, saying that this was time for individuals to stand by their convictions without directly talking about January 6th or these hearings or that pressure campaign placed on him. He is urging Republicans to look toward the future, a positive future in his words here. And again, standing by their convictions, which is what he did on January 6th. But then when you listen to today, this is when we talk about the pyramid and where this pressure campaign took place. Not only was it Speaker Rusty Bowers out of Arizona, but you'll recall when Arizona Governor Doug Ducey, Kristen, was signing and certifying Arizona's election results, literally signing and certifying their results there in December of 2020, and about to send them off to Washington, D.C., his phone went off. It was a phone call from the White House, from Donald Trump. There up until that very last moment, a pressure campaign on Doug Ducey to not certify the state's election results. I was also texting with the chairman, Republican chairman of the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors, Clint Hickman, who at the time was also facing pressure to find a different election result. You know, he was telling me that there's that Brad Raffensperger phone call in which Donald Trump told him in Georgia to find the votes necessary to give him that win in Georgia. It was that day that the story came out and that audio recording came out in which Raffensperger was pressured by Trump. Just a few hours later, Clint Hickman, the Republican chairman of the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors, his phone rang from the White House. He let it go to voicemail, knowing it was an extension of that pressure campaign. And the voicemail that was left for him was asking him to call back because the president wanted to talk to him.
Wow.
That was January 3rd, just 3 days before this pressure campaign. That is where at the county level, the state level, the governor level, to the vice president, that is where this was such a multi-pronged effort on behalf of Trump and his allies.
And it's such a smart point, Vaughn, and underscores just how widespread this pressure campaign was. All right, fantastic conversation starting us off. Really appreciate it. Allie, Vaughn, Carol, and Tia. Thanks to all of you. Coming up next, the January 6th committee today warned of the ongoing threat to democracy, as we were just talking about. I'm going to speak to the official who was in charge of Arizona's elections while everything we heard today was happening, and a legal expert about what officials can do to keep future elections from actually being stolen. You're watching Meet the Press now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want us to say goodbye. This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery